Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy first Thursday of the year. Hope you've all had a nice, well, New Year's Eve, switch over to the new year, however you prefer to refer to it. Uh, supposedly here it was the last, year that fireworks and stuff and firecrackers were allowed. We'll see if that's gonna uh have any effect on people's behavior. But I think I haven't heard any this morning yet. So that's something at least. I don't know if it's specifically only going to be like banned starting like next December, but yeah. I don't know. I don't know all the specifics, but not sure. We'll see if it actually works out. But yes, Happy New Year, everyone. Um, yeah, it was definitely a lot. So, yeah, people spent a lot of money. There was a fair amount of smoke because of stuff catching fire. So, yeah, like people putting out like I think it's cardboard boxes that contain fireworks, and then the boxes catching fire because they put other boxes of fireworks next to the boxes, and then there's just fires in the street. So yeah. But luckily, today it has been raining quite a bit. So, yeah, it looks like all of those local fires just on the road are now no longer burning. So that's good. But there are fires in other parts of the country that seemingly are still burning. So everything's so flammable. So, yeah, I hope they get the other fires under control, but oh boy. But anyhow, um, yeah, I hope you've all had a at least mostly peaceful New Year's Eve. Um, and well, it's not my first stream playing this game. And I did also play some of the original game in 2017, but I didn't manage to complete the original game. So, I would say I have limited experience with this game from back in 2017. And I think today is my second stream of the game. So, for the Ultra Deluxe version. So, yeah, I think we've now gone through all of the content that I saw back in 2017. So, and also already saw some new stuff. So, yeah, I don't know what else I'll be finding. I don't know where to look for it. But, yeah. I guess today might end up being a day where, like, if you guys want to point out a path that I keep on missing, then you can maybe hint at it. Just don't tell me what's there, but like if there's obvious stuff that I for some reason just am not noticing, I'm open to suggestions. So basically hints slightly allowed, just try not to spoil what's at that path, just like how to actually start the paths, if that makes sense. So, something like that, because I feel like otherwise I'll probably miss a lot of them. So, yeah. Because at this point, like, I was playing it, not last week, but the week before, and, like, other than going into the new stuff section, which I'm sure there's more stuff there as well, but even just in the old stuff section, like there was that one puzzle with the monitors, I think, where there's like a progress bar on the other like computers, workstations, whatever. Um, and yeah, I didn't manage to fill up that progress bar, but it seems like it reset itself, and I don't really know how to get it back, and I don't know what I did wrong to get it to reset instead of making more progress. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So vague hints for how to start new paths, just preferably not telling me what the paths are, just how to start them. Because I think otherwise there's going to be a lot of stuff that I'll be missing. And the thing is, if I just straight up look at a walkthrough, it will also tell me what the path is. So, like, if I look at, like, oh, like, which endings are there in the game, and, like, I'll definitely be then confronted with at least what the name of that ending is. Whereas currently, like, I know I've done the apartment ending. Like, that was the one with the mannequin, and his apartment slowly turning into an office. So I'm pretty sure that's the apartment ending. Like I had I'm not sure what the ending would be called, but the one where he ends up writing a book and is like in a show of some sort. So like it ends with him walking on stage. That one. We've had the ending where you go through random other games. Where in the original it was, I believe, Minecraft and one of the Portal games, and in this one it was, I think, Firewatch and Rocket League. So we've done those. And I think it's called the Freedom ending of him just like walking out into somewhere. So I think those are the main endings we managed to get. Oh, and the mind control machine self-destruct mechanism just blowing everything up, which I guess is also a type of ending, or is it more of a game over type thing? I don't know. But I look different. Well, it's a new year. Uh yeah, it could also be the lights. Like it's not so much sunny today, but like there's still a fair amount of light coming in through the window, so the light color is going to be a bit different. So, yeah. Um, and I mean, it could also be that I just look a bit more tired. Like that is a possibility. I think I was awake till 1:30, maybe 2, because it was still quite loud. And yeah, there were still definitely several fires going, which luckily didn't catch anything else on fire that wasn't random New Year's Eve stuff. So I'm happy that that all went well. But there were some close calls. So yeah, fire safety wise, oh boy. Like making a bonfire in like a barrel and then adding more and more stuff to that bonfire, even though the flames are already going higher than the height of the people, adding stuff to said bonfire, and then also standing on the side that the wind is blowing the fire in while adding more fuel to the fire. And also long sleeves while, you know, having your arm over the fire, and loose hair while being very close to the fire. So I'm impressed that seemingly everyone was fine. But I feel like none of that was a given. So, yeah. Also, holding alcohol that you're drinking while you're adding stuff to a fire, that I feel like that on its own sums up what type of silly things people were getting up to. So, yeah. Hope all those people managed to sleep off the silly fire safety nightmare stuff they were doing. Because, oh boy. Anyhow. Yeah. At least here, seems like everything went fine. But it is definitely a good reminder to be careful with New Year's Eve, because, as I was saying, lots of fires in the country, of like entire buildings being on fire. In some cases, historic buildings that are just going to be lost because of fireworks. But that's just how stuff works. So, yeah. But hopefully this year for New Year's Eve, that's all going to be ancient history, and yes, it'll all be just sunshine and rainbows and no more of that, since fireworks shouldn't really be a thing anymore. Yeah, it probably keeps the heating bill down if you don't have a house, because how can you have a contract with a heating company if there is no house or apartment? So, yeah. Yes, here it's been 2026 for 11 and a half-ish hours. So, yes. Yeah, I'm not sure how much sleep I got exactly, but I did sleep in. And I did go to bed late. So, there is that. But, anyhow, enough of that. Let's start up the game. So, hopefully everything's still going to capture properly this year. And the resolutions, yeah, as in the game resolution, still being the same. Yeah, I think the lava lamp is okay. It's just at the wax sculpture stage. So, for whatever reason, it's just taking a bit longer. The lava lamp is sleeping in too. No clue why, but yeah, maybe it was out partying. So, the current time. I mean, last time it did tell me I should just set it to my favorite time. But my favorite time is the current time. So, it is 11:26. 11:26 a.m. Your favorite time of day. Exactly. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? That, but also, nothing wrong with 11:26. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Exactly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 11:26 a.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 11:26 a.m.? Well, now it's 11:27, so no longer accurate. So you can stop the 11:26 party, it's no longer 11:26. But yes, it's almost accurate. Let's say like maybe here, there. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Let's whip up a couple of new ones. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Good. So, I think it's just gonna be begin the game because there are no saves. So, we shall see.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Yeah, seems like a new start.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
Maybe it's just the weekend.
Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Thank you for the gift sub. Also, since I completely forgot earlier, but like now I'm not seeing it in my activity feed anymore, so I'll check on mobile so I can more accurately thank everyone. So, yeah, congrats on the first subscription of this year, 29 minutes ago. So, that was indeed the first one in my time zone. So, yes. And also, it was a 34-month resub. Then, I'm not sure if it's fully updated, so I'll just refresh. There. So, for some reason it's... the watch streaks are not showing up here. Weird. Oh well. But I know we had a 30 stream watch streak, even if I can't currently see it in the activity feed. So, congrats on that. Pretty sure that is, once again, still the current record. So, congrats on still being the record holder. But also, the 20 stream watch streak. Like, I feel like that's not very far behind. Because, I mean, not missing any streams, that can be tricky. So, congrats to both of you. And thank you for the first gift sub of the year. Like, it's that time of year where it's the first of the year for pretty much everything. Like, ooh, first pencil sharpener of the year. First time I looked up the clock on the office wall of the year. Yes, first walking through door of the year.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, so it does seem like everything reset. So basically, no progress saved from last time, which is fine. I don't think there were any, like, endings that I was working on that require basically several resets in a row. But anyhow, Bundespräsidenten Stichwort Wiederholungsverschiebung. But no, at least some of the endings require several resets. So, okay. Yeah, the first silly word of the year. Yeah, not gonna go through that door. Can I unplug the sign? Aw, fine. Somehow I thought there were more desks. I can't close the drawers. Can't really see anything happening over there. So. Seems like these lights are out. Not sure if that's something that changes. Because I feel like they're all supposed to be on. Some of them are just broken. Well, these aren't on, but yeah. I mean, would offices have a reason to randomly just have this light in the corner be on? Are there offices where the desks have their own light switches for specifically just the light above their desk? Is that a thing? I mean, the desks don't look very high-tech, so not sure where the light switch would be. So I feel like that just means that most of these lights are broken. But yeah. And I mean, it is mostly one light per desk. Not two desks under the same light, so... Yes, there is a desk that just has a pencil sharpener, no pencils, and nothing else. Pointed that one out last time, and yep. Still a thing. That hallway is quite dark. Except for the one light at the end. Then... I'm not sure if the lights mean anything, but I'm just really noticing them now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
That one looks different. Probably also doesn't do anything, but that ceiling tile definitely looks different from the other ones. Guess they replaced that one. But it's difficult to know if stuff is just supposed to look, well, accurately like a somewhat run-down office. Like, those chairs look like they've seen better days. The walls look like, well, same thing. Like, even the filing cabinets are quite scratched up. So, maybe the random lights being off and the different colored ceiling tiles are just part of that. But yes. Which door? I mean, there have to be other endings that are still part of the original game. I'd assume I still have more endings behind either of
Stanley
these doors.
just stood there doing
Wait.
nothing at all.
Wait.
He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time
Wait.
than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
Okay. Wonder if I can get an ending from just refusing to pick a door. Like, the top drawer seems to be empty. And then closed drawer, and then the one below that, it seems to be empty again. True. True, there seems to basically be no ventilation, because no vents at the doors. Like, maybe some vents behind the lights? So, like, because there is quite a gap where the glass is attached. So I think, like, at most, they might have vents that are somehow part of the light fixtures, but no vents at the windows, no vents anywhere else. So, yeah. Well, I can't go back, I think. Yeah, I can't interact with that door, so not allowed. Also not sure what this room would be used for. It's so empty. Like, is this where they practice ballroom dancing? But yeah, as I said, I can't go back, so I guess I'll go through this door. And we'll just try and find a different ending. Just try and be as observant as I can. That is a very bright screen. Okay. I think I've already tried all the doors. And well, could have been accurate, but isn't. Like, it just is 11:26 still, even though it's now 11:41. But I guess
Yet
I'm so
there was
slow
not
with
a
it.
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I think this room has vents. Like that, like the top of the wall where it connects to the ceiling. So at least they have fresh air while staring at PowerPoints. Haven't really looked at the table much. I don't think I can interact with anything here. Synergy of core global value paradigms of 2012 till, I guess, 2013, based on the graph. And TPS report? Okay. That looks like a lot of numbers. Huh? RSOA 01? Not sure what RSOA stands for. What does that sheet say? This page contains no information. Good. Let's see what looks like a blueprint. And, That graph seems to not be doing so great. Average employee pension plan, standard employee salary, puppy dog salary, primary manager salary. So, standard employee salary basically went down to 0. Employee pension plan went to 0 even earlier. Lovely. Puppy dog salary has taken a nosedive as well, but it's not at 0. And manager salary, well, like, it did go down, but it's starting to recover, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything else I can do here. Like, I don't think I can turn off the projector. Yeah, nope. Fine. On I go. Nothing behind that door. And I don't think there was anything else in the broom closet. Don't think so.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I mean, if I go up to the boss's office, like if I just follow what he asks, then I just end up at the mind control facility part. And downstairs, I think there was like a garage type place. Floor looks really red down there. I mean, there's probably another ending at the mind control facility thing. Because like I did the turning off the device and managing, and I did do the turning on the device and the activating the self-destruct mechanism and not being able to switch it off. So I feel like there might also be another option. So I'll go upstairs. Now that's all closed. And I think as soon as I walk through the door, I can't go back. Yep. Locked. And today I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. So that's a lovely purse. Neat. Not sure who keeps, well, re-wallpapering the bathroom. Or maybe they have some sort of marker that is easy to remove from wallpaper. But also wallpaper in a bathroom and then hanging a towel on top of that. Also, 2 drinking glasses next to the toilet. And all the wood paneling and the carpet. Ah, how did I not notice that before? I am outraged. Wallpaper, wooden floors, wood paneling, all of that in a bathroom. Good. Very good. Okay. Can I go behind this desk? No, at least not from that side. And the beige pages. Can't use that. Business time. Can't seem to use that. Can I climb onto that desk? I feel like there might be some platforming segments somewhere. Because... like, maybe there's spots where I'd be able to climb onto something and then climb onto something else. But it doesn't seem to be working great here. But maybe I'll try that again in the general office area.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Okay. So, just looking around.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
Yes, he
Trying
did.
to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Yep, no way of knowing that. Oh, I'm standing on the table. Oh, yep. There have to be platforming segments.
2845.
There's no way that there isn't platforming segments in the rest of the game. Because, I mean, I'm standing on top of a chair, even though the jump button doesn't work here.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
I can't go back. Alright, so, still looking for any other paths. Don't think I can climb that. Like, the game might have some platforming, but not that amount. Okay. Just really trying to see if there's... oh. Okay. Doesn't seem to be anything here. I don't even know what that is. Like, there is, like, a button on that wall. Or it looks like there's something here. I can kind of see the shadow of it. But, yeah, no clue what it would do. If I can even interact with it. Okay. There's also power running over there. Random cables. Don't think I can fall down here. Would have been interesting though. Like, maybe there are gaps like that that I can accidentally fall into. Like, it can get partially stuck in there. It just doesn't entirely fall down there. Okay. And I assume these walls are solid. Yeah.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay. Oh. Not sure it's supposed to give off that many sparks. So, still looking for any alternate paths. I don't think that's gonna work. But maybe if I can climb onto that height somehow. Don't think so. Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Well, this is the Ultra Deluxe version of the game, so it's the new one, but it also contains the old content. So. Or maybe a remaster of the old content. I'm not sure if they recreated it or just did it in some other way. So, don't think there's other paths here. I mean, of course I could go towards the escape route. Don't know. I feel like I'm just gonna end up with an ending that I've already had. Like, maybe I missed something on this path?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it kind of looks like a doorway, but it's not. Was there another path along that hallway? Somewhere.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Right. This thing. And then maybe I go back now. Don't know if that's gonna do anything other than maybe get like one voice line, but I'll try it anyway. And don't think I can interact with that. At least there is ventilation.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
Don't fit through there.
Nope, still on board with death.
Is that it? That might be it. Yeah. Okay. Can I just go back? Just back up the elevator now? Yep, elevator still works.
Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
You can't press the elevator buttons while it's moving, I guess. Can I press the button and then leave the elevator before the door closes?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Kidding. So, now I'm able to use the elevator again. So, this is as far away as I can stand while pushing the button. Nope,
Now
didn't
he's
manage.
getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
I'll try again on the way back up, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I feel like here I need to stand even closer to the button. But no, wasn't allowed.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator.
a nice
can't
elevator.
even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Okay, the buttons are off again. So it really is forcing me to go into the office and go, oh, that's the boss's office.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office.
Yes.
This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Still like this part.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process. All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Okay. I don't think I can do much here. I'll just keep pressing buttons. Did hear a clicking sound. Dunno. 2845, sure. I guess that was the correct one. Or not. How about 000? What was his employee number again? 27? Yeah, I think it was 427. But sure, 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Just ones? No. What about 0001? No. Sure, I can try 67. 67. Nope. Okay. I don't think there's much I can do in here at this point. And that fireplace is really high up. And of course there's still people using passwords like 000, especially for things that come with a preset password that people just never change. So, yeah. Okay.
Of course.
Yeah.
Going
Can't manage to go
down
back
the elevator.
out of the elevator.
How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
I mean, that would be more unique. Not sure what those sparks are about. But here I could technically interact with things, but there's not really anything to interact with.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
Is he going to
Facility.
respond again to me?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, but of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had to. Nope, still on board with death.
Okay. Those were the same exact voice lines. But pretty sure I've already gone through that path quite thoroughly. Can't fit through that gap in the fence or that one. Can't open the door back up. I don't think there's any gaps in the fence here. Nope. Is that a massive gap in the fence here? No, it doesn't work. Fine. Someone has really been smoking here. Like, who's going in here? Sure, I can try and do the platforming thing here. Oh boy, I think it's working. I win?
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development.
Oops.
And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section.
Nice.
You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Neat. Alright. Guess I made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Now I want to try and platform in all the areas. Like, his chair doesn't seem to really work. Yeah, I totally have a hangover from the tea that I drank, the orange juice that I drank, and the water especially. Yes. Not sure what else I'd be able to do in here. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Maybe I can do the platforming in here. Like... none of those chairs are really allowing me to do it. They're not fermented enough for that to be a factor. I don't think I got drunk off of orange juice. So, yes. Yeah, Happy New Year. Yeah. Here, at least, I don't seem to be able to do the platforming. Maybe the second area. Nope. Oh. Okay. That one's allowing some platforming. Oh, yep. I've climbed on a desk. Oh, nope, I'm on the other desk now. Nothing on the ceiling that I can interact with. Taking a really close look at that light. That's bright. I'm the overseer of this office. What? Well, yeah, the progress bar, it seems to be on a different one every time. At least for actually making progress with it. So. Nope. More platforming. Possibly. Yeah. Just doesn't go very far, but... this area just doesn't really seem to work. These chairs are just immune to my powers. Oh, no, they're not. They're not.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Neat. I can see the windows from here. Now I'm thinking climb back up there. Can't interact with anything. I have a feeling the game is just going to not do anything until I restart. Fine. Yeah. Just nothing. Can't go this way. So, that's just a wall. And that's a wall. And that's a wall. And that's a wall. So, very much boxed into an invisible room. So, I guess start over? Okay. Yeah, in his office I wasn't really able to do the platforming. But I
All
guess...
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
There. Let's see what the other option does.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
But if I just don't respond, I'll just wait for a while. I mean, it's possible that they just didn't add a voice line for just not responding for a while. Thinking they maybe didn't add that. So.
Well,
Yes.
I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Oh boy.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Neat. Okay. I mean, it's not that unbearable. Yeah, guitar's kind of nice. But yeah, walls are still in the same spots. Yeah, I think now it's sleeping. Fine. Let's leave. Alright. I mean, it's possible that there's more platforming elsewhere, but that feels like
All
the
of his
main
co-workers were
platforming ending.
gone.
I don't know.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, so do we have the progress bar? No, we don't. Oh, yes, yes we do. Okay. So, huh. Interesting. Like, it technically didn't get to an ending between me starting on the progress bar and continuing on it. So
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
okay, the progress bar is not there. I'm not finding it. Huh. Not sure. So Maybe restarting again just messed stuff up. I don't know. Difficult to say. I just really don't know what the progress bar is even about. Alright.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
What if I go into that room? Can I not? But I want to go over there. Come on. Do you want to go to the room with the chairs? Looks like the best room to be in. I can't really get around that door. All the boxes. I can't close that door. Wait. Oh no, that's where I came from. Whoops. Getting confused. Would have been nice if I was able to get into this room, but I guess not. So. The glass is quite dirty as well. Only fitting. Lights still seem the same as before.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Can I manage to go through that window as well? Probably not. No. Seems like this room doesn't really allow for the same type of platforming. Alright, so... I guess I'll...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I mean, I bet I'm missing stuff. There has to be other stuff.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I mean...
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Oh, you can give me a hint as to how to get to whichever ending is your favorite ending.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
I did almost... There. I am managing to...
Stanley
stand on
sat
the
around
couches.
waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Yeah, the platforming is a bit confusing at times. Not always noticing where the platforming segments are.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Hey, I already jumped off of the thing onto the other platform and just all the way to the ground. So I've done that. Don't know if there was another path in
And so
here.
he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead
Right,
to the
there was
opposite
this.
door, and got back on track.
That is indeed a thing. What if I go this way? No. That's closed. Shame.
Yet there was not a single person here
Climb onto
either.
the conference
Feeling a
table.
wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Doesn't seem like it. Nope. No platforming. Or at least I can't figure out how to make it happen. Okay. The lift room as in the elevator where you can keep going up and down? Or the one where I jumped off of that platform?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It was down here again. Guess this was the parking area? The jumping off one, okay.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive
I think that's the one where he
economy,
starts
why had he
floating.
taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Yeah.
All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense.
We've had
And as
this one
Stanley
last time.
pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Yeah.
Why did doors close automatically behind him?
I mean, I guess I can just begin at this, as in restart at this point, because, I mean, I already had that ending. So,
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
I'm not sure what you mean, so probably not. And if you're talking about the broom closet ending, I did that one last time. I also like the broom closet ending. The broom closet ending is a good ending.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Okay.
Wow.
So let's
Yes,
try the
this
room with the
But
platform
eager
that
to
I can
get
jump
back
off
to
of.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So,
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
okay, that one requires some sort of key card. Not sure if I could even pick up a key card. Ooh. More platforming. Don't think I can platform my way over that pile of boxes. Huh? Climb at your own risk. Can I maybe get onto that shelf over there? Is that something I'm supposed to try and do? Because that shelf starts very close to the fence here. I don't know how to start climbing onto that fence. I can't jump. And platforming with these shares doesn't really work so well. Like, some of the time I might have managed with those chairs, but some of the time they just seem like I can't really climb on there. But I feel like I'm supposed to be able to get over there. Sort of on the right track. Well, if I've managed to get to that path, the one that the elevator thingy crosses. So I have done that. I'm not sure how I'd get all the way over there. Onto that walkway at the top. Because, like, there's no way I can climb all the way there. Vent access for trained employees only. Vent access, you say? Don't really see an opening in any of those ventilation ducts. So, the ending or endings I'm missing, is it before or after? Like, does it involve stepping onto the elevator, lift, whatever? Does it involve stepping on there or not? I mean, I just don't know how to make the platforming thing work from here, so I'm not sure what I would be missing if it's that. Okay, so there is one that doesn't require me going onto the lift. Oh, so... Okay. That's a bad idea. Okay. I mean, I'm there. I see a vent there. I think. But, like... I still don't really have a way to climb. I would just be falling. So how is that supposed to work? That is a very long way down. Like, platforming's not really platforming. Just falling down? I mean, I already jumped down. But previously I did it from the lift. So, I purposefully fall down? But there's no way I can make it over there. Right? Like, if it doesn't allow me to platform over there, then like, wouldn't I just end up on the pile of boxes here? Can I get more specific instructions? Because just the, like, wouldn't I just have him fall to his death if I jump down here? I don't think he can steer while falling. Like, his name is Stanley, not Mario. So I don't think he can change directions while falling. Like, maybe I'm supposed to aim for the pile of cardboard boxes? Maybe I'd somehow survive that?
But in his eagerness to prove that he
okay,
is
so I
in
was
control of
able
the story
to
and
change
no one gets to
directions a
tell him
bit.
what to do,
All
Stanley
right.
leapt from the platform
Oh
and
boy.
plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Okay.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Progress bar is still gone. I guess it'll be back eventually.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Time for
Perhaps
more
he wanted to stop by the
expert
employee lounge
platforming.
first, just to admire it. The lounge
I'll
was
get it
sublime,
eventually.
a work of art. But eager to get back to business,
Well, that's gonna be a
Stanley
tricky
took
jump.
the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh boy. Sheesh. Okay, so that's as far as I can go here. So I basically have to go round the corner there. That was lucky. Nice view. I like my new hidey hole. It's neat. Okay. Into the vent we go. It's dark. Oh. Okay. Ooh. Is that a drawing? Pretty sure I've never been here.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten
Yeah, that's the vent I fell
that it seemed
down.
the office had begun. So far off the beaten path
And I don't think there's anything else I can do here, so...
Far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from
Nice
so
tapes.
far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so
Wait.
far off the beaten path
Are all
that it
these
seemed the office had begun from
cassettes?
so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Okay then. Not sure if there was something else I was supposed to do in that area before I paused the tape recorder. Oh well. But it was an interesting ending.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to
Don't
himself.
think I would have
That's
found that
all I
one.
need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Thank you for all the hints. Okay. I'm thinking that one was probably not new content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
But if there is another ending
Standing now in this
that
incredible
lift,
room,
I guess I can
Stanley
try
for
and
the
find
first,
the
but eager to get back to
second one
business,
as well.
Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I mean, the... Ah, okay.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
Alright then.
Come on. I'm sure you'll survive the jump. Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
I mean, I could try the jump to the vents again, but... I guess the actual ending would be just the... floor. Like, maybe I can aim for the top of one of those trucks? Or one of those shelves?
Whoops.
Almost.
Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
But, yeah, don't know what else I should have done there. And, Happy New Year in German is always nice, yeah. Yeah, that's basically the abbreviation for it. So it's basically just Happy New. Because people like
How long was he
abbreviations.
sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Yeah, the progress bar on the monitors seems to have disappeared. So, I don't know what I'm supposed to do to get more of those. Because I don't seem to be having much luck with that. Okay. But yeah, no, that's the new content store. Like, I have noticed it. Yes, there is new content. I guess we could try some more of the new content.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
See if we could find anything different than what I found last time. Because last time it was just this roller coaster thingy. Maybe I can jump off of it? No, no. It doesn't open. And that's very closed. Can't just go back. Okay.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense.
Oh.
I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay. It's almost like they saw my ranking of the games I played in 2025, where I did criticize the deluxe version, or the deluxe edition, ultra deluxe. Either way, I did criticize it for being a completely separate purchase that didn't seem to add that much on top of what the original game was. So.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions?
Uh-huh.
Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Okay. Well, it just seemed like the endings I found of... Well, the ones that I found that seemed like they were added in the deluxe edition. They just didn't seem quite that impressive, I guess. So. I mean, they didn't add a new version of the broom closet ending, so. Or at least I haven't found it. Time to wake up. Investor showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Sure. Just wanted to point out the taste the sequel, new and tasty. Yes, almost. Okay. Beautiful. It's all very empty. Office. New content is out. New content is in. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. Ooh. More the Stanley Parable. Better the Stanley Parable. Win-win. Sequential mind share. Paradigm shift. Synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Envelope client-centric marketing. Color red. Leverage. Holistic value. 1. Arrow. 2. Yes. The fern, yes. Everything's so epic and new and with red accents. And they have laptops now. And couches. Okay. So just Stanley Parable 2 with the number 2, then Stanley Parable 2 but with the Roman numeral 2, then 2 the Stanley Parable with very different font, then Stanley Parable 2 with another different font, Stanley Parable with the Roman numerals being just part of the letters. It's great. And then, thanks for attending my meeting, which seems to be written in Comic Sans. So, perfect. Yes. Can't leave, of course. That would be silly. Nothing there.
Now, to be
Nothing
clear,
there.
I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
So one of them using the mouse and one of them using the keyboard, because that's just one computer. Also, nice logo on that laptop. Yeah. Okay. On to the new content. Okay. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Who ticked the red marker? Me. Okay. Meeting plan. Scrum, design pitch, break, pitch design, number 2 chat. That's 12:02. Okay. Beautiful. Very beautiful. That door doesn't open. Okay. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2. City. What was that? That was a weird sound. Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. Okay. Wait, eat. Oh, apple. Oh, I ate it. Not sure what it says. Okay. I can't read that. Okay. Just eating all the things. Hours of fun. Okay. Still definitely nobody here. Just a bunch of different ways to write the number 2. Okay. Okay, presumably can't go over that way in any shape or form. Fine. Okay. Do I have to go to the bus? The bus doesn't seem to work. Okay. No bus. Just the stairs then. They really can't decide on like what the logo is going to be, and
Here we are.
that's orange instead of red.
Try out some of the new
Oh,
features.
orange and red. Merch. Ooh. I saw the new content. Yep. There is a QR code there. I would assume that works. Should I take the risk? I mean, they would get in trouble if it leads to anywhere bad. It goes to StanleyParable2.com. So, there you go. Okay. Can't go behind the counter, of course. Bucket! It says something about a bucket. Oh. Thank you for the 20 stream watch streak. But yeah, like, I'm never sure where the game wants me to look. Because, like, reassurance bucket. Apparently, there is a reassurance bucket. No screenshots, of course. Because I keep on trying all the things that don't do anything. It's like an electrical sound. Whole new office. Oh, wow, that is a carpet. I'd assume that's not just my earbuds slowly breaking. Okay. So, walked in here through that door. Epilogue. Hear your name in the game. Uh-huh. Name, hear yours today. The jump circle and the infinite hole. Do I want to go there? I'm not sure I want to go there. Guess I'll try this one.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Obviously the birthday balloons.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
I didn't read that second part of the birthday balloon before I clicked it. Okay. Oh, wow. That's a lot of balloons.
Actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
3 new and easy achievements. Get it here. Okay.
Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Fine. Yes, yes, the balloons are everywhere now. Wonder if the balloons are also going to be outside somewhere. Okay. Guess I'll go for the bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's
There's the
true.
bucket.
As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
I guess that's why I have a bucket on my desk. It's because I have my own reassurance bucket. There. I'll put the bucket back down. I no longer feel reassured. Maybe this bucket will help.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Can I put down the bucket? I don't think so. Can the bucket help me open doors? Nope. But it's a shiny bucket. Time to show the bucket around the office. This is my second cup, I think. Yes, it's a very shiny bucket. It's a good bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Yes, yes, there should be. Like in general, buckets are underappreciated. I mean, I'd assume there's probably a more bucket-themed Twitch channel out there, but I do have a drawing of a bucket cycling through between all the other Pixel artwork. So, yes. I do like buckets. Buckets are good. They hold things. And you can hold the buckets as well. Oh, the jump circle again.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Yep, no more jumps for me. I did indeed already spend all my jumps last time. Oh well. Ooh. What's over here? Okay. Can't open the settings world champion door. Okay. Maybe this. No, that's the epilogue again. I don't want to go to the epilogue. Like, yeah, the settings world champion didn't do anything. Then, yep, that was the balloons. Ooh, what's back here? Have I been back here? Okay. Huh. Depth. Space. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Science. More. Hole. More hole. Infinity. Falling. Infinite hole chart and educational use only. Just keeps going. Okay. Fine. Not allowing me to go that way.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I'm pretty sure I've found stuff like that before. Just tends to be map glitches. Oh, off we go.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Why would I do that?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I feel like it's not infinite.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
There. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? What were you streaming today? You came in at the perfect time, exploring the not-so-infinite hole that I could fall down. There's a new mug down here. Not sure what that is. Meeting, 2 p.m. Oh, it's from management to everyone. So, meeting, 2 p.m. Sincerely, management. Have raids not been working on the mobile app? I don't watch that much Twitch on mobile, so haven't really been keeping track, I guess. But I guess I'd teleport back.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
I can't resist.
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Just the two of us? We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. Lovely. And every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Guess so. And 2 p.m. meeting, and that's the 2 p.m. meeting again. Alright.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really, gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I can see them.
I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
Yep.
I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
I assume it will.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Nope.
Is the, teleport button not working?
Nope.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago.
Yep.
Try it again.
Nope.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Okay. All right. I'll just be here. Oop. There's definitely sounds happening. Oh. Going back down. Okay. I'll have to keep an eye on the walls in case there's an opening or something. Yeah, it's getting pretty dark, so it's gonna be difficult to see. Yeah, I can't really see the walls anymore. Nope. I'll still try and slowly check. F to change your perspective. I mean, going down. Why would I want to change perspective? This is all the perspective I need, right? Okay. Wait. Doesn't really seem to be anything down here. I mean, for now it seems to keep shrinking. I guess I can just continue staring up at the opening. Like, it's not getting smaller, it's like we're going further and further down. Like, in OBS I can actually see the wall moving past. Actually, now on my screen I can too, so. Basically just an elevator infinitely going down. So, yeah. That is what is happening. So, yep. I mean, I guess this hole is basically just a giant bucket. Well, very, very long buckets. Which I guess isn't a bad type of bucket. If you're talking about the field of view, this is actually easier for me because this is a fairly wide field of view, even with this aspect ratio. I believe I increased the field of view to make that happen. Because it helps with motion sickness to have that. So, yeah. Oh, that thing. Well, I can change perspective later. But for now, I want to see if it keeps on going and going infinitely. Because it is definitely going for a while. For a very long while. Like, I can still see the opening for now. But it is getting very small. Like, soon enough, I don't think you'll really be able to tell the light and the ceiling apart from each other anymore. At least on my screen, I can still tell the difference, but yeah, it is very well lit. Like, the start of it is really dark, but here it's quite bright. So, yeah. Yes, did you all have a good New Year's Eve? I do hope so. I mean, well, why not spend New Year's Day at the bottom of a possibly infinite or not so infinite hole that also functions as an elevator that just keeps on going. I mean, and it is a fairly gentle elevator. Like, nothing wrong with it. I feel like first time you jumped down, you couldn't see the opening. Thanks. You're ordering bagels. Well, I feel like bagels have a slightly different ratio of like dough versus not dough in the center. So, thank you for the 7-day watch streak. It is still going. I can definitely still see the opening. Well, I don't think I'll be 100%ing this game. Like, we saw it last time, but there's that segment where you push a button to, like, there's like a cardboard cutout of an infant crawling towards a fire, and you have to push the button to reset it back to the start. And I think the game said it takes 4 hours to do that. So, yeah. Like, I need to test play that game for 4 hours. So, any Euro notes on me? No? No? I mean, I don't have pockets. I'm not currently wearing a bag or a backpack to add pockets. So, yeah. Like, I don't need to pay cash. Oh, it closed. I saw that. The opening closed. And yes, I don't have a single pocket right now. Women's clothing, it's not very practical, but it is pretty much the standard for it. You've got 4 pockets full. Nice. But yeah, but that's weird. Not sure it's supposed to do that. Are the walls still moving? I don't really see any movement anymore. Huh. So I think I found the end. Because I don't see the walls moving anymore. And that. So, yeah, I think we've reached the end of the hole. Oh well. Guess it's time to change perspective. Apparently I'm still going down. Apparently I put the bucket down. Interesting. Wow. Flattering angle. So dramatic. Back to the first one, I think. Yes. Okay. Change your perception. Wow. So much better. Okay. Lovely. Huh? That is different.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. What?
Very dramatic. It's like a cross between squeaky shoes and an instrument. Possibly a broken instrument. That's definitely... That is definitely playing backwards. Okay. Crows. suddenly crows. I'm not sure if it's coming across on the stream, but the audio is switching. So, that's nice. Beautiful. Thank you for the gifts. Beautiful. Did someone drop the microphone in the water or something on that one? Okay. So many options. Okay. Like rain sound. Because I think that's not just static, I think that is rain sound. Because, like, I feel like I'm hearing individual dripping sounds in there. So. I mean, it's nice. Yep. Huh? That one's kind of cozy. I don't think it's looped yet, has it? I don't know how many options they have. Eh? Maybe we've had that one. We've had something similar to this one at least. Yeah, I think we've also had that one. Yep, it is looping. Okay. Now changing reality. Changing perspective, but that's not really... best angle. Time to change reality some more. Yes. Beautiful. Yep. So many options. Blue now. It's completely different. You got purpley background now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that is another different filter. Yeah. Another one. And another one. And another one. Is there another one? Yes, there is. Bet there's another one. Yep. So many different options. Oh, fine, it's looping now. Okay. Let's go to... Sure, this one. Oh. Beautiful. Huh? What's that supposed to be? Okay. I mean, I guess I could also change the perspectives and see what the rest of the miles look
Stanley?
like. Oh.
Stanley! Stanley!
Oh.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed
Aw.
off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Okay. I guess I found an ending. By just being too fascinated by all the options. I don't know if it was timed or if it was just a matter of having gone through enough of the options. I don't know.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
But that makes me tempted to try again and see if I... Like, if I cycle through the options quicker, if it would be different? Because I really do wonder if it was timed or not. Oh, not allowed in there anymore. Fine. I'm banned. Not allowed to try the infinite hole anymore, so fine. Guess not. Okay. Where's my simple achievement? Free achievement! Get yours right now. Pull the lever. Receive your new achievement. No more steps. Just works. Get yours right now.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Nice. Don't know if there's anything back here. Don't think I can climb there. Not enough platforming in this segment. Caution. Not a step, I think. Not sure what that's supposed to say. Fine. Does that mean it could have 4 charges and it still has 2 left?
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Don't think I can fix that. Mysterious white powder on that desk. Wait, is that a radiation symbol? Is this achievement radioactive? I think it might be. Oh well. Maybe I don't want the achievement after all.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collect them all. Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Beautiful. Yes. Collected one. Good. Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Can I collect that one? The big one. It is turning. Is there a sheet of paper on there? I don't know. There have to be more of them, right? They wouldn't just add that one. Nothing else. It's just empty here now. Yep. Can't go back there. Yeah. Can't seem to interact with the big one. Where could the other ones be? Because I mean, if they didn't add the other ones, then shame on them. Because they totally should have. But until I find a second one, I'll have to assume that they didn't add any more. Where could they be? Nothing back there. Nothing back there. Nothing here. Nothing behind the plant. Happy New Year to you too. Where could the remaining figurines be? there a walkway up there? Because that kind of looks like an opening. Like if you see those spotlights to the right of those on the wall, that could be a doorway. Don't know. Maybe. Still nothing here. Okay. Don't want to go to the epilogue already. Really? Did they not add any more collectibles? Just that one? Not even in here? Guess not. No, nothing there. Like, I don't know where else in the game they would be. Not behind the wooden board, of course. Maybe they were just getting my hopes up about there being something like that, and then they just didn't add it. Those steps looked weird.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Nope. Is this supposed to be the exit? Because no. Oh, it says exit. Fine. I didn't check. Yeah, A9 says collectibles. So I've been to the jump circle, I've been to this map, and the free achievement. Room B, I haven't been in that one. Is that through here somewhere? Ah, yep. Okay.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Sure. Totally not looking for more of the collectibles. They're not taking good care of these lamps either. Okay. That button was too big, that button was too small. That one was just right. Still. Did they really just add the one? Such disappointments. I feel like I would have found one already. Can't log into that laptop. What about this one? Nope. Fine. I'm guessing that's the exit, which doesn't open yet. And that's gonna be the the other exit. Yep.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
No. Busy showing my bucket around. Those don't work. Fine. Does he not have any response for me not pressing the button? Really? Fine, I'll go press the button again.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Uh-huh.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button
Bucket.
away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Aw. Now what? Yeah, they still don't work. Fine. Guess I'm not Jim. Okay. Back out here.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Yep. Great idea. That too is different. Don't know where that one's from, but I think that's a reference to something. Still the weirdly squeaky one. Okay. Okay. I already did the office decoration section. Mostly did it all. Got the reassurance bucket, yep. Button that says the name of the player that's playing the game, yep. Already done that. Jump circle, yep. Back to the map. So, I guess only thing left is the epilogue. Fine. The That's like... somewhere here? Is it this one? Yes, epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. That's it. Yep. Okay. So... guess the only place left to go is the exit. Didn't find any more collectibles, so... guess there's nothing else worth collecting. My platforming skills are not up to the task of climbing onto the back of the couch. Fine. Alright. Time to head to the exit. Okay. Beautiful. Okay.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is.
No.
I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay. Yes.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Aw,
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would
And then call it
I suppose
Ultra
it could,
Deluxe.
but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2.
Ultra Deluxe.
Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Beautiful. Oh, I can even change the settings. Ooh. Just says Stanley Parable, not Stanley Parable 2.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Happy New Year to you too.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job.
The balloon,
was
the balloon.
He
I saw
sat
the
at his
balloon.
desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might
Totally
have
new game.
considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And
Any more
Stanley
balloons?
was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had
the
showed up
balloons.
to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
He didn't get any balloons. There's a balloon out here. More balloons. So many balloons. Oh, I wonder if the collectibles are going to be a thing now, since this is now officially a Stanley Parable 2. I guess that means I'll actually have to look for them. Oh boy. Oh boy. Where could they be? I'm sure the door will close in a second. No?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where are they? They have to have added one somewhere, right? And not just the balloons. Would have been such a missed opportunity if they didn't. But I guess maybe they didn't.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Wonder if I can photocopy anything. Just not. Okay. Don't think there's collectibles in the drawers. Nope. Okay. How mean would they be with hiding stuff if they did add them? Either incredibly mean or, well, not even a tiny bit hidden. I don't think there's any...
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Good. I have my bucket. I feel so much better now. Maybe his co-workers are balloons. Why is that corded off? That seems odd. Another balloon in there. I do like the balloons. It's just expecting them to not only add the balloons. But maybe I'm expecting too much. Yep. No changes here. No balloons. Still no balloons. Nope, there's some balloons in there. I'm not allowed into the new content anymore. Because I'm pretty sure the new content door was that one.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I mean, if I go through the door on the right, then I think I also still get to see all the areas on the other side.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Ah. Blame it on the bucket. I have to have hidden at least one somewhere.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure.
Yes.
Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Yes. Such a thrilling journey.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Could be. I'll just sit over
Stanley
here.
decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Yep. A very special connection. The most special of connections. Yep. Yep. Guess the bucket might be done exploring the lounge. Fine. But it is a good bucket.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Well, still see at least one balloon in there. But I have to see the meeting room and how it's probably now
And so
filled
the
with
two of them
balloons.
detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Still really expecting them to have added the collectibles somewhere. They went through all that trouble setting up the figurines and then just not use them. Missed
Still,
opportunity.
No one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Perhaps. I feel like there was more on that whiteboard before. Oh, fine. think I'm mixing it up with that one. Yep. Okay. Beautiful. Still looks the same, so guess I'll be moving on.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're
Nobody
getting
can have my
name
bucket.
calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley,
It's my bucket.
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
A great bucket. I like buckets.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Oh.
There.
Property of Stanley.
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Yep. Good. Very good.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
You put the sticker under
That
the
way,
other sticker.
If you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
That's a plot hole right there. How did he apply the bucket sticker underneath the other sticker?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I like my bucket. It's a good bucket. Yep. Very good bucket. The best of buckets. Fine. I guess it's probably as much of the broom closet as we get. Yeah. Fine. I guess the broom closet won.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Should I? I mean, if I go downstairs, how long does it take him to come in? Good sound. Yeah, okay, so here is where I walk through that door. And then I found one.
Found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
They do exist after all, yep. Okay. Up.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Lovely. But they are not very hidden, so...
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
Yep.
The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Yeah, would I know that? Too focused on my bucket. It's bucket-shaped. And put stuff in.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I just feel like it's more interesting. It's potentially just...
2845.
Like, is it still going to do the same, oh, I'll just enter it for you? Probably, but it hasn't done it yet.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in.
Same
And
as
the
before.
door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Oh, another one.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay. I have 4 of them now. 2 more to go.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Okay. Glad the bucket is
Stanley
here to
and the
help me.
bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
The bucket would die too. Oh, that's a problem.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
I don't think there's another one here. Fine. There, we're going back. We're safe. Wouldn't want anything bad to happen to the buckets. It is a good bucket. I do appreciate the bucket.
But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had... Nope. It's death for Stanley and the bucket.
I just had to. But I don't think there's any more of them hidden here if I'm walking back. I mean, I have to also try the going back up with the buckets. Any
Wait,
voice lines?
Stanley said to the bucket.
Yes.
Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
Okay.
The bucket said nothing.
I'll press the number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
Nope. No, I'm not.
After taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley at last went to the keypad, where he began eagerly pressing the number 3 again and again.
Nope. The game's insisting too much. I refuse now. Nope. Nope. Just sitting here. No. No response from the game. Still nothing. What if I press a different number? No. No. I already did 7777, so. Okay. No. Fine, I'll try the number 3. Nope. Nothing going on. Back to the elevator we go. Yeah, I don't think that did anything. I mean, I can try it a couple more times. But
Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life.
yes.
Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
There. Glad I didn't miss those very important voice lines. Just one last time. Back to the elevator. Is it less dark than before? I don't know.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
It's a good number.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Yes.
No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
The bucket needs to know.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
This is the height of gameplay. I guess it's time to go back down the elevator. Yep. Just us 3.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
That has to be. Yes.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Did they though? I'll see if there's any more voice lines. There might not be, but... Anything? No? No? No?
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over.
Yes.
He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
I thought we'd end up here. And, yep, can't go back.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Yep. 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 Nothing there. That's a lot of the number 3. Yep, more
This
threes.
was it. One
More
last
threes.
chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Happy New Year to you too. Hope you like the number 3. Stanley sure does like it. 3 again, 3 again. The Stanley story. Okay. Someone leave a golf ball here? Don't know. Well, I mean, this is the Stanley Parable 2 now, so they have to obviously advertise for the next game.
There was no one here.
Oh.
Nobody had come to the press
Aw.
conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about
Gonna
what
leave.
it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over.
Fine.
He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously.
Aw.
There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
I got
And
betrayed by a
Stanley,
bucket.
having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Yep. I didn't know there was stuff behind it. There goes my bucket. Yep. Don't know what that said. Something the bucket. It was only on screen for a very short amount of time, so.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for
11:26.
sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
That seemed exactly the same as before. Oh, the bucket is closer now. Can't do it again. The door is broken now. Okay.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I guess they could try again. Wait a second. That's new.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yes. We have the bucket back.
This was not the direct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Aw,
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
the bucket was wrong. The bucket did not react except perhaps for a tiny glow of warmth. Okay. So maybe the bucket was on our side the entire time.
And
Maybe
so
it is
the
a
two of them
supportive
detoured
bucket.
through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I think it skipped the broom closet entirely. Oh, 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 oh. Trust the completionist instinct. Wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Okay, this I like. There will be a reward for finding them all. Lies. Who are you? 666 LOL? Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. Want to go home. There will be cleaning of this wall required. LOL looks like 427. Ha ha ha. 5 there be. Just take 3 from me. Gotta collect them all. Mission status. Inside of a sequel exit. Yep, got that one. A large room with lots of boxes. Okay. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Yep, got that one. Somewhere both red and blue. Yep, got that one. Oh, no, don't have that one. Nearby fireplace. I do have that one. Private but smelly place for an important person. Yeah, got that one. So, large room with boxes and the red and blue spot. I'm not sure what that one is. Is there some kind of game? Must be a point to this. Of course there must be. I mean, I guess I'll take a picture of that one. What does it say? Where are they? Please do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation. Thank you. Help, I'm a post-it. Good. So, folder called clues with a file called myclue.jpg. Good. Very good. The one above the toilet, yeah, I did find that one. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambience or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional microphones, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noises. Data shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks like to be some Reverberance of a porcelain surface? Anyone have any leads on this? So I guess that's the fireplace and the bathroom again. Wouldn't you like to know? Then... source of... levitation? Sure. Difficult findings. Weird spinning figures. Ideas. What do they want? Our death? Stock options? Money? Should we make them employees? Maybe? Yes. Interns. What do... what do they kind of look like? 427? Why floating? Magic? Our quarterly success? Magnets. Training exercise? Or... training exercise... Managements? Or management? Don't know. Dreams? Then artist rendering. Okay. Lovely. How many are there? Minus 151? 6? Squiggly line. Minus 1? Can we sell them? Obviously. More money if sold together. Do we need contracts for them? NDA? Potential liability? Saw one in cargo room. I guess the cargo room is the one with the lift. Which does have a lot of boxes. Employee 421, building a bridge. What we forgot, what we don't know yet, what we know, bonus stuff, yep. Okay. And... figurine finders committee. Good. Pieces of evidence. Figurine Finders Committee meeting now in the meeting room. Wait, is that a water slide? Possible clue? Collecting is sexy, beware the false prophet. I'm not sure that's coffee they've been drinking here. Steps to a successful workplace investigation. Decide whether to investigate. If necessary, take immediate action. Choose an investigator. Plan the investigation, conduct interviews, gather documents, clues, evidence, evaluate document, clues, evidence, take action, document, print list. Good. Very good investigation. Yeah. The F files. Confidential. Like, oh, wait, what did he end up calling them? Like, it was some sort of mixture of the word figurine and Stanley. Was it like Figley or something? Anyway, so not sure what the start of the slideshow is, so. Yep, Figley, yep. So, guessing after this it'll start. So, first slide. How can we find them? Bottom text. What we know, small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was a memo. There was no memo from management. Agenda. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? They're very good questions. Fake leads are hard to find. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Right, Rome? Thank you. Good luck. Okay. Good. Very good. No.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Aw.
If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
But I wanted more stickers. You sure you don't have any more stickers? There's still room for more stickers. Maybe we can find stickers. No. Guess not. Really? Really? Fine. Done with the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
So, downstairs was the insanity thing? But, like... Wait, was that the... Like, that room is also kind of red, but not so much blue. That one's more blue. Not as red. So... Guess upstairs we go. Any changes in here? Nope. But where the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Yes. Oh, it opened. Okay. Anything different? Why are the notes glowing? Are they supposed to be glowing? Look, that's a concerning amount of light coming from those. I do think it's looping again. I'm not sure if there's anything I can actually do with this elevator. I just keep pressing the button. It's a good button. Makes button sound. Okay. Can I press the button and then... No. Can't run. Fine. Okay. Guess there's still nothing I can do with that. Oh well. I tried.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Of course.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Still don't know what the blue and red room is going to be. So the one where one of the figurines is apparently hidden.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Yes, we do. Is it any different if I jump down with the bucket? Probably not.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
It walked really far away from it.
Unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending.
No, I don't.
This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed.
A cozy hole in the ground.
It wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Well, glad I tried that. Where'd my bucket go?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Last time I did this,
I... decision. What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
Got a shortcut to the bucket.
He had never been trained for that. No.
Oh.
This couldn't go anywhere.
Figurine Finders Committee.
The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Yeah. Yep. Bucket shortcut.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, so
This was not the correct way to
cargo
the meeting
room.
but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Cargo room
And
should be
here
through
it
this
was.
way.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, he didn't.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Caution, do not lie if you're lying right now. Stop. Okay. Ooh, I see a figurine. Oh boy. Oh boy. How? How am I supposed to get over there? Oh, there's a bridge. The thing about someone building a bridge wasn't... Okay. I have to do this part again. Yep, did it. Okay. I just need to very carefully go over there and collect my very important
You're getting
figurine.
close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
Yes.
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Their names keep changing. Okay. I don't think there's a safe way down from here. Or at least that seems unlikely. So I guess I'll go back into the vent. Yep. Much better in here. Okay. Nothing? Just nothing. Lost cat? There is a reward. The cat's name is apparently Jean? Or do you pronounce that Jeannie? Okay. Nothing here, really. Yep. There sure is a place. That's different.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
Okay. Yep. Got another one of the figurines, though.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Yep. Can't do it without the bucket. So, a room that was red and blue. I think maybe that was when I specifically choose the exact opposite of what he says every time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'll just try
not
that.
the correct way to the meeting
Hello.
room, but Stanley had
Happy New
felt
Year.
the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, he didn't.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Okay. We have arrived.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
That one? This room? Oh, this room. Okay.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Okay.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
The bucket can't be wrong.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Their doorbell is broken. And that door doesn't work. I mean, it looks nice. Better than the other apartment. Not sure what stains are at the bottom of that basket, but other than that, yeah. Nice and roomy. Nope. Bucket. Yes. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press Q to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Sure it is. But the bucket's not here, so... Oh, fine, the bucket is here. Of course it is. And then T to go back home with the bucket. I guess that's the only place I can go, so back home we go.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object?
Where's the
I
bucket?
want to say something to
There's
him,
the
but I
bucket.
don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Bucket.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me?
Nope.
Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it
So?
will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
Not just liquids.
That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Not just liquids. Definitely not just liquids. Can transport lots of things in a bucket. Like, you could put sand in a bucket. You could put, like, paper in a bucket. Yes, you can also wear it as a hat. You could also put pencils in a bucket. Like, you could have it as a decorative bucket. Could use it as a drum. Like, could use it as a Christmas tree ornament. Don't listen to the loud man. Press I for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket.
Yep.
You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Someone's jealous. See to ignore anyone in your life except for me. It's either midnight or they forgot to set the time on their clock. It's fine.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
It does. Could potentially even use it as a mirror. Another use of the bucket. Do you believe I'm real? No, you believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press R to go back home. Of course I do that.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
It has stickers on it. Custom stickers. So, that makes it special already. Press P to relive this same day with me over and over. That doesn't make any sense. And I think you also have a typo in there. So... it's supposed to just have one hole. Oh, it's a song. Okay, I'm not familiar, clearly. Seems they're watching TV, but it's just bright. Anyway. Buckets.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Can't leave the room at all anymore. Need to go home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Somehow I now want something like this as wall art. Just a fancy portrait of a bucket on like a floral background. Yes. Yes. Jazz nights, but with buckets. Oh, it's 13 minutes past midnight now, and that is... Fire safety is not that. I do like the pan with the candles and the cutting board with candles in it. I feel like most of the other candles are also giant fire hazards, so... Like the basket? That's gonna burn really well. Bucket!
Stanley, give me the bucket.
Nope.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
Nope.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Okay. I'm back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
The bucket is still here. Good.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Yes. Bucket is the best bucket. Okay, still need to find the last figurine, I guess. This hallway feels different. Was it always this long of a hallway before you get to the two doors? I don't think so. That's a really long hallway.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room,
So,
but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
still looking
employee
for the blue and
lounge
red
was
room.
simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
So,
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting
I mean, it
room.
could
go
jump
somewhere else.
off onto the
car will
walkway.
lift you. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this
time
bucket
to
was
start
speaking
disobeying
to
the
him.
bucket.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him,
no.
and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Except for that. Danger everywhere. Maybe. Still nothing here, I'd assume. Yep, still nothing. La-di-da. Nothing bad could ever happen. Because I have my bucket. It's a good bucket. Very good bucket. The best of buckets.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley,
does.
how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Fine. Okay. Time to learn about buckets.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Oh boy.
Simply enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
I mean, it is grey. But it doesn't have stickers on it. Can't ask the audience, I think. Nobody else here. No, it's not a bucket.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay. Well, I guess the handle was defying gravity.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yeah?
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Fine.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Okay. Learning very important lessons here.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Exactly. See? Told
Item
you.
6. Is this a bucket?
I mean, they wouldn't have 2 buckets back to back, right? Can't be a bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Take your time. Yes, it's a bucket.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Probably.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No.
Okay, here we go.
Don't do it. No.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game.
Well, I'm still here.
So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Good.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Okay. We have our buckets back.
All of
Supposedly.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Happy New Year to you too. Thank you for the 44-month sub. How is your year going thus far? Buckets.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Yep. That's us.
Stanley clutched the bucket
Bucket and
tightly
I.
to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the
have
door
to
on his
try
left to
the,
go back to the meeting room.
Not answering the phone
No.
option.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room.
That's important.
Go somewhere else. The cargo
Needs
lift,
to.
yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
There we go.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
And then...
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
Pick
No.
up the phone,
Unplug
and
the
it will
phone.
take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Unplug the phone. Do it. Unplug it.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now. Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian.
I'm not a
An
comedian.
effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Can't pick up the phone now. Okay. Wait a second. Who stole one of the stickers off my bucket? Which one of you stole the sticker? The yellow circular sticker with the bucket printed on it. Got my eye on you guys.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke? The bucket spoke? Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
I definitely added more fencing here. Okay. Wait, there were balloons in here. Who keeps reorganizing things and stealing stickers off my bucket? Unacceptable. Did we even pass the broom closet?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
No, they didn't. What is that?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point.
Oh, it's already unplugged.
A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit, which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my
shadow
fault.
doesn't
I must
quite
have
connect.
forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Yep.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
They got pushed away by the door.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Fine.
Here
Fine,
we go. You ready?
fine,
When
fine.
Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you
I
not
did.
even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All
Let me
because you
in.
couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Sorry, Leroy? Okay.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So... yeah, I did return my sticker.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
So I
and
go
here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The
this
bucket
way?
was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Yes, thank you for giving back the sticker. It's a very important sticker.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh boy. Room closet.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
But I already have my bucket. Oh, the fern. I didn't notice the fern sitting on the couch. Yeah, no response from the broom closet. Fine. Time for the Adventure Line, I guess. Because that button doesn't work. Okay. Adventure Line.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yep.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Nope. Not going to give up the bucket. Can't give up the bucket. It is my bucket. Never giving up this bucket. That's a very long staircase.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Nope. 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 Nope.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Nope.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Staying right here. With my bucket. Far away from that. Don't even need to see it up close. See it just fine from here. Machine is getting louder. I mean, we'd already established that everything in this game, except for Stanley and the narrator, is just buckets. So, wouldn't that mean the Bucket Destroyer machine is also made of buckets? Something exploded. Is that good? Was it supposed to explode? Like, I'm perfectly fine between the, like, scanner, printer thingy and the chair. It's much nicer over here than over there. I guess the game might be forcing me to go over there. But I don't want to. Maybe I can find an off switch. Eesh. Is that the off
Now
switch?
listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
Is
I
that the
don't know
off
what the
switch?
Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
Big red button?
Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really
Big
like
red button.
10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Yes, I think I broke it again. I don't think the explosion sound was supposed to happen that early.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Bye-bye, Bucket Destroyer. Okay. Now, the Bucket
All of his
Destroyer is
co-workers
evil.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We've talked about this. There's no good thing about the bucket destroyer.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Yes. The best of buckets. Okay. Still trying to find that lost room. Like the one that was supposed to have the red and blue wall, or the red and blue room. That was supposed to have the lost figurine. Like, would that one be past the no buckets allowed sign? Maybe? In which case, well... I mean... Yeah, I'm just currently trying to get the figurine thing. Just not sure where that one would be. Like, I'll check again what the board said. Somewhere both red and blue. So maybe it would have been past the no bucket store.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Okay.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No, they didn't.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
Is it going to be different because of the bucket?
Everyone had vanished? His boss
Maybe
would
not.
think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
Oh, wait,
Who knows
the bucket
what
disappeared.
sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
The bucket is gone.
Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
The bucket
Now he
is
felt himself floating
gone.
off the ground. Oh, gracious, he
No
exclaimed.
bucket.
Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it.
Yes.
Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next.
Oh,
None
oh.
of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
None
He
of
had to
those.
find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend.
No,
It was the
no,
only way to
no.
truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly,
No.
he froze dead in his tracks.
No, I
He
didn't.
knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from.
Is he
The
wearing it
real
as a hat?
bucket was inside of him all along.
Did he eat the
It was
bucket?
incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Is she a bucket?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem
He
was.
didn't have a bucket.
This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Impressive. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
So where was that no buckets allowed door? No, I've already been outside the window. So. No, not with the bucket. Can I still go back? Yes. Fine, we need to show the bucket the area outside the window.
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
That's it. Come on, bucket. I need to show you something, bucket. There. Look at this, bucket.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Like?
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Bucket. And yes, I think that was part of one of the previous endings. Poor Bucket.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Okay. Still not entirely sure where that no buckets room was. Where was it? Like... Was that the one with the intervention? Maybe? Possibly? Which I think was, if I go... maybe down the... like, going through the wrong door, through the meeting room, then into the side room thing, then down the elevator? Was that where the no buckets place was? I guess I'll try
When
it.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct
missed
way
my
to the
bucket
meeting
already.
room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
bucket,
just
feeling
to
left
admire
out.
it. It was okay.
Just okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door
Okay.
on his left.
There.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite
Or
door.
was that the,
and got
is it a
back
bucket
on
or is it
track.
not a bucket? That could also be.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
Fine, that's back to the old stuff.
from here, it's, left.
No, it's not.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see, we went down right,
That's fine.
left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Finally. So. Yep, back here.
No.
And then he
no,
restarts.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to,
Way down there.
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Alright.
All of his co-workers were
The
gone.
balloons are gone.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
It actually got
Perhaps he had
reset.
simply missed a memo.
I ruined it. No more bucket. I ruined everything. Should never have left my bucket behind. Mistakes were made. Wait, the new content isn't here either.
When Stanley... Wait, what?
Oh, fine,
No, I
fine,
restarted.
fine.
I swear, I definitely
Fine, it's-
restarted the game over.
He got
completely
confused,
fresh.
right.
Everything should be... Oh, did
Right.
something change?
Maybe once it
Stanley,
actually resets, I'll
did you
get the
change
bucket
anything
back.
when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Right. And then it never ever goes anywhere. Because of course it doesn't. And then the narrator says... The narrator says...
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
I think now we might end
All
up
of
getting
his
the adventure
co-workers
line.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
not.
he had simply missed a memo.
Guess not yet. Oh, right. No doors now. Yep.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
And nope. Nope, nothing there. That's what I get for stabbing my bucket.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait.
No, it doesn't.
Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Yeah.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the
Almost
story?
a bucket.
I don't think so. I can't quite recall,
Not
but
quite.
I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
Imposter
Well, do
buckets.
you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Yep.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Right.
All right,
Stanley Parable
I've
2
got a
adventure
solution.
line.
This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
But it definitely says Stanley Parable 2. So, at least the adventure line knows where we are. Or it seems to know. La-di-da.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the
Can't
act of
remember if there
moving
was
forward, are
a
we
way to not
implying
follow
a
the
journey
line.
such that a destination is
Don't think so.
inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience
Still no red
of
and
that
blue room.
existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize.
Fine, there's
Sure
the
where I
payday
was
mask
going
again.
with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Was there more than one of that mask? Don't know. Whee. I mean, it's still a very good adventure line.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
Yes,
Stanley,
it's a good fern.
this fern will be very important later
seen the
in
burn.
story. Make sure you study it closely. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley parable, right? The story?
Yep.
No, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Okay, now ignore the line.
You know what, Stanley?
Yep.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay. Yeah, then the
Now,
line breaks
yes,
back.
this is exciting. Just
Through
me
the
and
ceiling.
Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
How about the
Oh,
adventure
no,
line?
not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to
You
veto the
TM.
line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
And the line is gone. this
A
room.
choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is
Okay.
in our control. How important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I
Yeah.
know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must
That's
be
a
a
jagged
reverse
shadow.
door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination
So many jagged shadows.
corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Yeah, the other one doesn't open, and that's the confusion ending. Right.
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this
Yep,
is?
yep.
It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
Yep.
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
All because I didn't
So
pick
now,
up the
according
buckets.
to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Yeah.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
So, is it reset again? Yes, it is. Good. So, the balloons are back. Everything is as it should be. But I think I'll have to continue this next time, because I still have some stuff I need to do today, but... like... last year... yesterday, when I was ranking the games, one of my main critiques of this game was that it felt the new content didn't really add that much. The bucket. The bucket. The bucket. It's a good bucket. I might be convinced to rank the game a lot higher for New Year's this year because of the bucket. But we shall see. But yes. Either way, do need to... It still says it's the sequel. Just needed to show that. But I don't know if I'll manage to get back directly to this. Like, it is sending me back to the Stanley Parable 2 menu. Fine, I need to show that as well, because it's a corridor. A very bendy corridor. I don't think corridors are supposed to be that bendy. This one's a bit too bendy. Yeah, that is a very bendy corridor. Good. Anyway, I was saying... yeah, everything's fine. We'll just need to figure out how to get the last collectible thingy next time. And how to live a happy and fulfilled life with the bucket. Because that is obviously just the meaning of life. So, we kind of need to pick someone to raid. And in the meantime, yeah, I post my weekly stream schedules on Mastodon and Blue Sky, and my VODs get archived on my YouTube channel, including when I started this game, as in, when I started it recently. I didn't save my VODs back in 2017, so whatever I did play of the game way back, just lost to time. So, yes. Anyhow, yeah, I'll be back on Tuesday, I believe. So, can't have heard a firecracker, because those were only allowed until last year, right? Anyway, yeah, I'll be streaming again on Tuesday when we'll be back to Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. And then Wednesday, Ultima 9. Thursday, more the Stanley and the Bucket parable. So, who are we going to rate? Because that is always a difficult decision. Like, I don't think anyone's playing the original Stanley Parable at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, it's just me by the looks of it. So, nope. Can't really read myself. So we'll have to find someone else. Bit of a tricky decision because a lot of people seem to have taken today off. Or at least I feel like there's fewer people streaming than usual. I guess because most people probably partied a bit too hard for New Year's Eve. Can't relate. Like, I had snacks, had orange juice, had water, took a quick nap, watched fireworks. Like, yeah. I mean, yeah, I went to bed late, but nothing too unusual. But yeah, if you guys have any suggestion for who to raid, like maybe a channel I'm not familiar with yet, always open to, well, discovering new creators in the retro community, especially. Even if the Stanley Parable is not really a retro game. But yeah, don't know. But I guess when in doubt, number 1, also make sure to refresh. Nope, no changes. All right. So, who do we want to raid on a day where nobody's streaming? Hello. Yes, that does also mean that I am nobody because I am streaming. I mean, Chris was in chat earlier and is now playing Victorio, so sure. Also not a retro game, but neither is the Stanley Parable. So, I mean, I don't think Victorio... Is there an option to make buckets? To transport liquid? Maybe. It's been a bit too long since I've played Victorio, but I have played a bit of it. So, anyhow. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys on Tuesday with more Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. Bye!